Okay, so goal today is to do Windrunner Spire until I get the shoulders. So I have a 17% chance to get him. I also want the Heart of Wind. I would like the Heart of Wind, would be pretty good. And then the Emberwing Feather would be okay as well. So I have a 50-50 chance of getting one of those three items. I've already gotten the main hand, I've already gotten the belt, I've already gotten the legs. So pretty unlucky to not have gotten a single item that I wanted with 3 rolls used. Pretty unlucky.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I do think I did want the legs though, because so I mean I did get one of the items I wanted. That's okay though.
4, 3, 2, 1.
My sisters were the last to visit these halls, but they threw their home and their bond away. If we can calm the spirits here, the Ranger General was sharp and steadfast, while the Peacekeeper kept the calm. Which path will you choose?
Wow, it's a really long cooldown. Swift Mend. So I did exactly 0 damage that pull. I could have done like 90k, but I switched to wild stuff. I'm playing the raid build, actually.
Theresa was the Peacekeeper of our family. She spent many days tending to
Single
the peace,
button really is.
but the wilderness has overtaken it now.
I gotta fix my keybinds. Cause I don't think I even have a cat form keybound here. Also, okay, so so a raid build uses Wild Stalker, but they take no cat talons. So I, I'm literally in a build that's just worthless. Just pure healer build. I was like, wait a second, shouldn't I just rip and then it'll turn me into a cat? Not so. I don't even have Sunfire, which would have just been. I have no Moonkin form, I have no Sunfire, I have no nothing. I have Moonfire though, that's pretty cool. And for some reason this raid build has a Star Surge. Like, why Star Surge? Like, surely there's something better than Star Surge.
Soothing sounds of my heart brought Theresa joy beyond measure. I need that relic.
So is Regrowth better as a Wild Stalker? It feels like it's a little stronger. Like, maybe I just got a little more gear than last time I played, but it does feel a little stronger to Regrowth. Okay, so I think what I'll do is I'll modify this raid build. And then, like, maybe what I do is I have a Wild Stalker build that I was playing that kind of had Wild Stalker keybinds set up.
Ay, caramba!
Is this mage made of paper? Like, I don't understand what's going on. Not another spore disposal, guys. I don't have CC. I have nothing. This build is so useless. Like, I get it. Raiders literally don't ever spend talents on damage spells, right? But okay.
Mark. Tank hit. AoE.
Get hots out.
Mark. Tank hit.
So I'll probably convoke the next one.
Mark.
We'll hot things up.
Tank hit. AoE.
Your
Oh no!
wasn't necessary.
What changes, dude? They're doing more class tuning again? Oh, cool.
Mark. Tank hit. Tank hit. Mark. AoE.
Ah! Trank. It's okay. We're fine. The house is on fire, but we're fine.
Beautiful. She reminds me of Arisa. My sister was also ferocity itself if her family was threatened. Come, let's find the next relic. Sylvanas didn't ask to be Ranger General, but she gave everything to the task, including her life.
But I don't really have to pay attention to this key. It's just like whatever.
Trained with a bow gifted by our mother. Undead fanatics have invaded to loot it and anything else that belonged to her.
Oh, that's good. Why did you jump down? Bark skin. We're making several quality of life adjustments to Restoration Druid in this update. Our goal is addressing some quality of life issues with Tranquility, Nature's Swiftness. Why are you line of sighting me, you scumbag? And Incarn, okay. A few adjustments to... Oh, we still haven't got to fight. We're making a few adjustments to the Swiftmen to bring it back into power as a punchy single target heal spell. Okay, that's nice. Finally, we'd like to address the issues with abundance and redesigned with a clear threshold of when you should be regrowthing. Okay. New talent overgrowth. Nature Swiftness causes your next regrowth through applied life bloom. Rejuvenation. I'm just going through the healer changes like one by one. I mean, maybe this key is not fine.
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
Energent has been redesigned and now regenerates 25% mana over 8 seconds rather than just causing spells to be free for 8 seconds? What the hell? Abundance has been redesigned. No, don't abandon. Please don't abandon, guys. Please, don't abandon. I vote no. Can we just finish? We are basically halfway done. Abundance has been redesigned. When you have at least 5 rejuves active, regrowth's critical chance increased by 50% and its mana cost is reduced by 50%. Which one is abundance? So when you have 5 abundance, you get 50% reduced mana, and it's just 50% flat. Tranquility has been updated. Now grants protective roots at your feet, absorbing damage equal to 60% of your health. That's just regular tranquility? Incarnation Tree of Life has been redesigned. Now casts regrowth on up to 3 injured allies when you initially shapeshift. That's pretty cool. All healing has been increased by 6%. Wild growth healing increased by 20%. Wild growth mana cost reduced by 15%. Wild growth mana cost increased 15%. Life Bloom mana cost reduced 20%. Pressing Seasons reduces Nature's Swiftness cooldown by 15 seconds. Let's just convoke. Kill the spider.
Our mother's bow meant everything to Sylvanas once.
Symbiotic relationship highlights itself on the action bar when not active. Well, that's pretty cool. Germination and Verdancy have swapped positions on the talent tree. Which ones are those? Wow! What does Verdancy do? When Life Bloom blooms, up to 3 targets with Epla are healed.
Jacket.
Nature's Splendor has been removed. What is Nature's Splendor?
Drop.
Oh, it's a choice node?
AoE.
What does it do? Increases bonus of regrowth from Nature Swift and increased by... Wait, what?
Jacket.
Convoke.
Dispel. Drop. AoE.
Let's just trank. Okay. I wonder if Nico was using that. Alright, done with Druid.
Drop.
I don't know, like, hard for me to fully understand the Druid changes. Like, they're doing something to Abundance, which is, like, pretty critical to their kit. So,
Dispel.
I can almost guarantee, the Druid I know was using that spell.
Drop.
Because I know he was just using, NS before, Convoke, like, every time.
Sylvanas was sometimes vain and loved to be.
I mean, it's a obviously this abundance thing is a pretty big nerf. Because it was up to 96%. So what's 8? What's 96 over 8? 12? So that's a pretty big nerf. Like that's a quite large nerf. Like it's the reason that they are running such absurd haste so that you can have 12 rejuves out. And when you were at 12, then You're just basically full. You just basically have permacrit. Oh,
One of Valeria's scouting maps is within. Seems to have called on the ghosts of vengeance past. We'll need
like
them
I
to
can read all of the patch notes and kind of understand them, except for Holy Pally. That's the one thing I don't care about Holy Pallies. Like all they do is get Disc Priest nerfed. They cry and Disc Priest gets nerfed. That's my opinion of Holy Pallies, right? Okay, Chrono Warden, Devastation, Preservation. Okay, that's pretty funny. I bet they're doing that on purpose, just because like the Holy Pallies, like they like take what the Holy Pallies say seriously, so they're just probably just waiting for what the Pallies say, and then they're gonna do whatever they ask, or they'll shut down their Discord or whatever. Marithra's Blessing has been updated. Now increases healing, all healing of Dream Breath by 60%. Was 250%, but previously only was the instant heal. Okay, that's pretty good. Okay, guys, just okay. Font of Magic has been updated. Now reduces the empowered time of Dream Breath by 20%. Okay, Dream Breath instant healing reduced by 50%. Dream Breath periodic healing increased by 118%. Okay, so there's what they're saying is that Evoker is too bursty and we want it to be less bursty. So we're gonna nerf its upfront healing. Alright, I understand that. Man, Innervate is just 25% mana now? That kinda sucks. Because how long does it last? 8 seconds? I don't know. It'll probably be break even or worse than current Innervate. Druid are getting 25% mana regen. They just can regen 25% mana. I get it's a 3-minute cooldown, but Holy Priest, we had 8% mana regen. 8 from our cooldown. And they took it away. And now we have nothing. Yeah, I wonder if there's a chest in here. There is. Oh, I thought we just had the boss. I pulled 2 grunts. Temporal barrier absorption increased 30%. Alright, seems like pretty small Evoker changes. Evoker's pretty strong, so... And I do not think that the Resto Druid healing is like... Where is this mage? Just roast him when we finish.
Time hit.
Wait a second.
Mark.
I'm supposed to be balanced loot. Am I balanced? I am balanced loot.
Stack. hit.
You're watching on Twitch? I honestly don't update my Twitch title very often. Like, I'm sorry, I just don't.
Stand. Intermission.
Okay, so they've kind of, I think they've kind of fixed the so the issue with Druid stats, they've kind of fixed it
Away.
because you wanted 0 crit, and the reason is because you get 96% crit from having uh, you basically need 80 crit, but you get 96% crit from abundance. Like, so you basically just want 0 crit. And it's not exactly 98% in keys. Like, it's not exactly 98%.
Stand. Tank hit. Mark. Stand.
I'm actually gonna play Resto and Alt Raid.
Intermission. Away.
Man, I hope I get the Shoulders through the Heart of the Wind. I hope so bad I get it. Because then there's like a chance that if in the next 3 dungeons I'll like have enough. I'll get like there's a chance in the next 2 dungeons. It's very low because I have a 34% chance
Mark.
plus like a multiplied by I
Stand.
don't know. Let's just say odds are not good that I get both items I want. Why'd you run away from me, tank?
Tank hit.
The void offers no second
Okay, so
chances.
moving on.
Stand.
We've done it. One last task remains.
So mage, monk, Mistweaver. We're making a few with dungeons adjustments to Mistweaver's tree, intent of incentivizing mastery as more of a viable secondary stat. Okay.
I'll use this
Uh,
to return peace to the spire.
and shifting some throughput out of spinning crane kick and into ancient teachings.
The rest of the
Okay.
awaits us.
New talent, vital expenditure. Soothing mist healing is increased by 300%, but the mana cost is increased by 200%. Choice nodes with dancing mist. I don't know what dancing mist is. All healing reduced by 3%.
Odd. Arrow.
I mean, I'm playing a druid, so I started with druid, and if I was not in the middle of a dungeon trying to just not grief this team, like I'm okay to grief the team a little, but if I grief the team a lot, then
Dodge.
I won't get to bonus roll, and like I can defer gratification a couple minutes, you know. That's not a big deal.
Tank hit.
Okay, the way of the crane now transfers 280%, was 400 and some odd percent. Was 340. Jadefire Teachings now increases Ancient Teachings transfer amount by 320, was 270. So I think what this change is gonna do is instead of spinning when there's 4 or more targets, you're just gonna spin when there's more than that. I think that's really the gist of the changes. Now instead of spinning on 4 targets, you're spinning on 5 targets.
Clear.
I don't think it meaningfully changes the playstyle. Protection, retribution, priest to discipline.
Mark.
The the discipline in Cursive Ulatek. Our changes are aimed in reducing the spec's reliance on procs for effective healing. I kind of liked the proc-based system. Like, because we are so strong, and like you could control. Ah, dude, I got the chest.
At last,
Didn't I already get the chest though?
these halls have
God
found
dang it!
I hope that one day my sisters will be able to do the same. As for myself, I shall fill these halls with music until they return home. Thank you, champions.
Okay, deal. Oh. Okay, well, we'll go through the. I kind of wanted to wait till I wasn't in a key before I looked at the priest changes. Okay, for Cursive Ulatek, our changes are aimed at reducing the spec's reliance on procs for effective healing, improving sources of consistent damage, and improving hero talent balance. We felt the spec was too reliant on Shadow Mend and Void Shield procs for effective healing, so we're updating Shadow Mend to be a passive upgrade to Flash Heal and adding a deterministic way to gain access to Void Shield. Uh, okay. Additionally, Smite contributes a low amount of damage despite being frequently cast, so we're increasing the damage and updating the tree for easier access to Greater Smite. Alright. Hmm. I could have outplayed their idiocy though. Alrighty, so let's just log into Priest. New talent, Grim Deliverance. Shadow Mend heals for 30% more and applies Atonement for 4 additional seconds, but its cast time is increased by 0.5 seconds. That kind of sucks. Shadow Mend's chance to trigger is no longer based on Shadow Word Pain. and has been redesigned to be a passive upgrade. Shadow Flash Heal is upgraded to Shadow Mend, a stronger heal with a higher mana cost. Guys, I actually thought that Shadow Mend was fine. Like, it was like this is a big dungeon nerf. Um, Pretty big dungeon nerf. Because you could just have infinity Shadow Mends. Like, I do not think there was a healer. There is a healer currently stronger than Disc Priest at healing heal absorbs. I do not think there's a single healer who can compete with Disc Priest as long as there's at least 5 targets, right? That's true. But I mean, yeah, I mean, so I guess I could see solo like bosses, single target bosses being the bottleneck this season for Disc. Like, because there's a reason they're not doing 23s, and that could be the reason. Because I mean, healing bosses is pretty hard. Yeah, you mean like last boss of Seat? Like this boss is a joke. This boss has 3 targets. This boss is. I mean, you're not going to be getting that many Shadowman procs. A stronger heal with a higher mana cost. Is its mana cost increased right now? No? Okay. Apex Talent. Master of Darkness rank 3 has been updated. Void Shield now reflects 15%, was 25. Okay, so even more reason to not take Master of Darkness. Flash heal increased 25%, smite damage increased 40%. Inescapable torment damage reduced by 30%. So they're reducing our AoE damage? Okay. Penance no longer applies atonement when cast on an ally. That was pretty fun. I liked that playstyle. I thought it was so cool that you could, in the middle of your ramp, apply atonements to people who were falling off. We updated Penance to apply atonement into Midnight, but felt that has been playing. We felt this was not playing well as it causes too much friction between casting Penance on allies that need healing, allies that need atonement applied, and enemies who want to deal damage to. I feel like that's a fake sentence. I feel like that's a fake sentence. Who was complaining about this friction? Who was complaining about this friction? Nobody. Not one single person was complaining about this friction. Who complained about that? I demand to know. Greater Smite now has one is now 1 talent point. Okay, well yeah, like why the F was this 2 points? Like seriously, why? It might actually be worth taking now. So like could do something and you have to path through harsh discipline. You have to path through harsh discipline to get to Greater Smite. It is actually the stupidest shit. It is so bad. Okay, I'll stop complaining. Unfolding Vision has been redesigned. When Power Word Shield or Void Shield expires, it jumps to a nearby injured ally instead. Can only happen once per shield. So it doesn't lose 40% of its absorb. It just can't happen indefinitely. Okay, that's a slight buff, I suppose. Void Blast damage increased 25, Void Wraith damage increased 30, Void Infusion now increases the atonement healing of Void Blast, and Penance by 75% while Entropic Rift is active, was 50%. Void Infusion now increases atonement healing from Void Blast and Penance by 75%. Void Heart now persists for 8 seconds when entropic ends. What's it called? Void Infusion. While entropic rift is active, Void Blast and Penance are 50% more effective. Okay, so oh, I guess I didn't even have to look at it in the talent tree. Void Infusion now increases atonement healing from Void Blast and Penance by 75% while entropic rift is active. Void Wraith damage increased by 30% and Void Blast damage increased by 25%. I mean, based on these changes, I think you just play Void Weaver next season. Yeah, that's what I was thinking that. So, 2 shield charges, more manageable proccing. I didn't see the shield thing. Maybe I skipped over it. Mind Blast now upgrades Power Word Shield to Void Shield. Wait, what? Void Shield's chance to trigger from Penance reduced to 25 was 33. Okay, so it's a 4-card system now. Okay, so we have 4 cards. 1 card. Right, so this is what I wanna talk about. Because Mind Blast is guaranteed, it kind of fucks things up. And then this one. So you can have a pattern like this. Is this 4-card system fucked up? So let's say that we cast a spell. Let's say we cast a spell here. We got no Void Shield. We cast another one, no Void Shield. We cast a third one, no Void Shield. So if we were to cast a Mind Blast right here, we would have just wasted 3 penances worth of thing because we guaranteed procced right here. So depending on how this is implemented, we have 2 charges. Now accumulates 2 charges. Okay, so this is kind of an unfounded thing. So you can, so what you want to do is you want to get a Void Shield. So over the course of 20 seconds, I think our atonements are still almost the same, right? So over the course of 20 seconds, you're casting what, 3.5? You're casting 3 penances. So 3 penances is equal to 1 void shield, approximately. Okay, so we're losing some atonement. Yeah, we're losing some atonement because we're losing the 3 atonements from the penances, but yeah, we're definitely losing atonement. It's not going to be like you just have like permanent atonement on people. That's fine. Okay, I think I kind of have the gist of these changes. Uh, Archon, Resonant Energy has been slightly redesigned. Creating a halo increases healing done by 2% for 10 seconds, stacks up to 4 times. Uh, him grants GS while channeling. Allies healed by your halo receive 2% increased healing from you for 8 seconds, stacking up to 5 times. So they nerfed the halo buff by 2%? Okay. And that's all the holy changes? This is all the holy changes? This is it? You guys thought you needed to rework disc? Because it's too good? And you did, this is what you've done to holy? This is it? Literally no changes basically? This is basically 0 changes. I would rather have seen 0 changes than this. Because this is a non-change, and this is just GS while you him. Now, as an oracle, if you have GS while you him, it does mean you will do a little bit more piety healing. A little bit more piety healing. Not much, but it's a little bit, and in keys it will be significant. Like in raid, I think it's pretty insignificant, but it is almost significant in keys. That and it's like another defensive, and I don't know. This is like pretty okay. I'm okay with that change for keys. That's okay. We like that. Let's see if Shaman actually got meaningful changes. Farseer, in a previous hotfix, blah blah blah. Chain lightning now hits up to 5 targets was 3. Lava burst now also increases damage by a percent equal to your critical strike chance. Okay. Healing Rain now has a 12-second cooldown and an 18-second duration. Recasting Healing Rain while another one is active will despawn the previous one. This cooldown change does not affect the Surging Totem's Healing Rain from the hero totemic hero talent. I would like this change a lot if it could keep like 6 seconds of duration. So like let's say you cast it, it goes down to 6 seconds, and you recast it again, it could go to 24 seconds. Like I think that would be really good. And that would make like it wouldn't be every 18 seconds you have to cast it. You'd have to cast it twice. Uh like that would be nice. They really just don't know what to do with Resto Shaman and Holy Priest. They just don't have a clue what to do, man. Okay. Shaman? Yeah, Resto Shaman's doing good. Um, I mean, this is literally zero changes for Totemic Shaman. And Totemic, so at 0% using the other. What about Imperator? 0%. Yeah, but I mean, like we go to statistics and go to healing. Like these three healers need better cooldowns, and they're not doing that. And Resto Druid is cracked right now in terms of HPS. In terms of raw HPS, Resto Druid is fucking cracked. It is so big. So like they nerfed the shit out of Resto Druid, like raw throughput. They nerfed the absolute crap out of him. Like this is a massive nerf. So let's just go to a Resto Druid. Let's go to Overheal and watch. They're at 400k, and critical chance was 92. They were at 92% crit on their regrowth. 92. Now it's gonna be like 52. So if we go to buffs and we go to regrowth, maybe it's not as big a difference, but I mean, dude's at 92% crit on regrowth. So like right here, he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So he's at 98% crit during that time. Then again right here, it looks like he's got about 12. He's got about 12. But I mean, this is how Resto Druid plays. They get 12 rejuves out, and then they just regrowth. That's how they play. They're basically like a Void Weaver. It's just instead of getting atonements and then casting Mind Blast, they just regrowth after they get rejuves. So like, I'm pretty sure. Man, they get mana cost reductions on things too. So Swiftmend is punchier. But this change right here, yeah, can they bring back Resto Shaman, Healing Surge, and Holy Priest heal? Imagine if those two changes were on here. That would be crazy. But this abundance change, this is a massive Resto Druid nerf. This is such a big nerf. Like, I read through all these things, I'm pretty sure this is the only nerf to speak of. I mean, I was dealing with that where they're saying that they've had party members die when Healing Wave was cast, when Healing Surge would have gone off. And yeah, I mean, it's weird to me that Shaman doesn't play any haste, like in keys. I think it's wrong because they have no fast heal and they have no mana issue. Like I feel like running 20% haste or something like that would make your Healing Wave maybe have saved those people when you're complaining about the Healing Surge thing. But I mean, this is the only nerf to Druid. Abundance has been redesigned. While 5 rejuves are active, regrowth crit chance increased by 50%. It's a flat 50% now. It is flat 50%. Um, it's not 98% anymore. So like I said, this guy 92% crit chance. Okay, so what's the other spell that I wanted to get nerfed? Okay, so I'm still mad about the Druid situation because they did leave reforestation in the game. Reforestation is so asinine, dude. It is so asinine that this isn't like how did this remain in the game? It's bogus, man. It's completely bogus. Like like they took away Holy Priest's proc of Apotheosis and they let the Druid keep theirs. And theirs is manipulatable very easily. Um it's 13 seconds, so 40 seconds before you want your Tree of Life, you cancel Aura Reforestation and you'll lose a Reforestation, but it's better to just lose a Reforestation than not have the Tree of Life buff. Like they can have Tree of Life, Tranquility, and Convoke. They can have all three active at the same time. There's no other healer who can just have all three of like cuz Tree is supposed to be a big cooldown. And other healers, they might have two big cooldowns and a small cooldown, but Druid has three big cooldowns that they can manipulate. Let's look at this guy. Was this guy manipulating reforestation? Okay, he wasn't because he wasn't taking it. But let's find a let's find a Resto Druid who's taking reforestation. There's gonna be one. Okay, not on this fight. They don't take it. They take it on Bellerin though. Okay, so it's only Nico. Nico is the only one doing this cheese. So Nico can rejoice because his cheese is safe. There's no other druids who know about the Nico cheese. Um, but it's actually crazy to me that more people aren't doing that. Like that shit is crazy overpowered. Let's see if anyone's taking it on Crown. And Midnight. I didn't think so on Midnight. I think Velgor you might take it. Nobody's taking it at all. That's crazy to me. Because I know Nico was taking that shit and it was overpowered as fuck. I wonder if Nico's still taking it on Bellerin. He's not taking it no more. Alright. He was taking it though. Okay, well, the thing about druid trees that annoys me is this fucking spell annoys the shit out of me that they gotta keep this spell. Like it actually annoys me so much. It's overpowered to be able to control all three healing cooldowns. Anyways. Well, this is exciting. I didn't expect to read patch notes today. I don't really see I don't really see how this is like a nerf to Oracle. I don't see how it's a nerf to Oracle at all for disc. I mean, Shadowmend is just a bit stronger now. And where's this Grim Deliverance talent gonna go? Like, let's see if we can't figure that out. Because there's just a new talent, Grim Deliverance. It doesn't say anything about where it is. Is the... Oh, okay, well PTR is available. So, I think I have to close the game to install the PTR. I'll get the screen stop being black in a second. Question is Mythic Plus available on PTR? Eternal error occurred. If you wait a few moments and try again. Okay, while I wait for PTR to install, I'm gonna go get my phone and smoke a cigarette, and I'll read the Disc Priest notes again. Try to understand them a bit better. It'll be like 2 minutes. Also, I'd like to find the puppy. She's doing this thing where she like... Puppy's been doing this thing where she's like... She goes down, hangs out with my partner, and then I tell her to come and she goes... "Arr." Like she likes to fucking act tough and not listen when she's with my partner. She, she thinks it's funny. And I kind of think it's funny too, but anyway, it's just a little annoying. Okay, so the PTR changes. I mean, I'll go through some of the other stuff. So let's see. So we have within the mountain of on the coiled isle, you'll undertake a variety of new activities as you explore this corrupted ecosystem filled with poisonous waters and venomous foes. Well, that doesn't sound good. Plunge into the vault of Atalutek, primed for challenging group content and rotating public events. Let me just put my brightness up. While in the new zones, players will have access to a custom talent tree that will provide different perks of player power along with quality of life perks. Reduce the potency of venom in the zone. As you adventure through the zones, you'll come across cursed surges. which will regularly spawn elite rares at 5 rotating locations throughout the isle. Killing a rare elite unlocks cursed fishing in that location. You can also discover local story with a Tortolan sea captain named Toka, gain reputation with his crew, and learn how to fish in more cursed waters around the isle. So it's like a fishing thing. Introducing lairs. Lairs are an evolution on World Boss. Lairs are an evolution on World Bosses located in instance encounters with scaling difficulty up to flexible mythic with 15 to 25 players. These will be found in specific locations similar to delves and will come complete with a summoning stone in outside the lair. What the hell? The goal is to make it easier for players to gather and take on these bosses by encountering them at specific locations where you can choose uh, your difficulty and use the summoning stone to bring others to you. Well, I mean, what kind of stuff do they drop? The lair will be available for testing in a later PTR build, okay? Arriving at the start of Midnight, Season 2, players will face blah blah blah. New dungeons. New dungeon. At Altar of Fangs, okay? This new 3-boss dungeon will be available on up to heroic difficulty at the launch of the content update and will join the Mythic Plus rotation once Season 2 begins. Okay, Delves, don't care. Season 2. 1 week after the content update goes live, the new season will begin, bringing with it a new dungeon rotation for Mythic Plus, a new raid, new PvP season, more prey, and more bountiful delves. New Mythic Plus dungeon rotation: Altar of Fangs, Murder Row, Den of Nalarok, Blinding Veil, and Voidscar Arena. The Ruby Life Pools is back, King's Rest is back, and Temple of Sithralis is back. Okay, Den of Nalarok, Blinding Veil, Voidscar, Murder Row. I don't remember where is Temple of Sithralis from? It's a battle for Azarath. Oh, is this the one where you like the last boss gives you a buff or something, and so people were like going stealthing all the way to the last boss, getting the buff, and then killing the rest of the trash with the buff? Remember that? So it's a 4-boss dungeon. Okay, so Temple is 4 bosses. King's Rest I think is 3. Ruby I think is 3. No, I think King's Rest is 4. Void Scar I think is 4. It might be 3, but I think it's 4. Murder Row I think is 3. Then Den of Nalarok, which is the worst dungeon in the game. I don't seem to remember King's Rest being that fun. Houses can now reach level 12, unlocking increased limits, larger exteriors, and more. Players can now move the entry room anywhere in the house, including other floors. Finally, basement dreams can be realized. Ah, so you can enter in the basement? UI, 2 new categories have been added to the decor: vines and hanging plants and pet beds. Okay. Discord. It won't be long before you'll be able to speak with your guild mates both in and out of game by connecting your battle.net and Discord accounts and chat with your guild no matter where they are. Huh. Looking for more to join you in the game for PvP or just hanging out in your neighborhoods together, you'll be able to send messages between the two quickly and easily. This new feature will be available to test on PTR next week. Hmm. Well, I'm not testing that shit. Did it say when the dungeons are available to test for Mythic Plus? Like, I want to test the dungeons. All it says is the Season 2 dungeons will be available for testing in a later PTR build. Okay. So no dungeons to test yet. Bummer. Continue with continue the hunt for Xalatath with Eritor, Dummy Done on PTR, Dummy Dome on PTR. PTR includes Dummy Dome, a new test zone full of combat dummies and 50,000 pounds of mud, that you can reach by speaking to Nexus Lord Donjon Raid in the major cities. This is a high octane training area. You can initiate fights against 1, 2, 3, or 5 dummies. So there's no way to test healing though, still. Like you can't just practice raid healing, which would be cool if you could do that on PTR. Classes. Player health and creature damage has been increased by 25% at max level health. Consumable values have been adjusted to match the new blah blah blah. We've decided to increase player health and enemy damage by 25% for max level players. We've made similar adjustments at the start of Midnight and also early in Dragonflight. Okay, so we're gonna feel like we got nerfed when the patch drops, like by 25%. Instead of it taking two globals or instead of it taking 3.5 globals, it'll take like 4.5 globals to top people. All right. So Blood DK. Permafrost now grants a shield equal to 50% of the damage dealt was 40%. Voracious grants 15%, leech was 12. Relish in blood healing increased by 25%. Rapid decomposition increases blood plague healing 85%. Uh, Sanguinary burst heals you for 18%. So blood DK got buffed. Vengeance. Fracture and Soul Cleave now require equipped warglaves. What? Fracture and Soul Cleave now require equipped warglaves, axes, swords, or fist weapons. But that's a PvP change? Charred Warblades heals you 5% of the fire damage you deal was 4. Soul Cleave healing increased 25%. Fell Devastation healing increased 25%. Frailty increases or causes you to heal for 10% of the damage dealt. So, Demon Hunter tank probably got like a 4, 5, 6% buff, something like that. I don't know. Druid matted fur absorb healing increased 25%. Heart of the Wild empowered wild growth healing increased 25%. Guardian. Our goals with these Guardian Druid updates are largely to address issues with the specialization's damage composition and ability breakdown. In particular, we're reworking Lunation in order to resolve its adverse rotational pressure. Our adjustments to Gory, Fur, and Wild Guardian are intended to incentivize more players or more balance between rage spenders as well as distribute the impact of the Apex talent across a longer duration and a broader proportion of the kit. I have no idea what any of that means. Gorefur has been redesigned. Ironfur has a chance to make your next Maul, Raise, or Ravage free. Maul, Raise, Ravage have a chance to make your next Ironfur free. Okay, so they want you to be casting Maul instead of just casting Swipe or whatever, or Thrash, whatever it's called. New Apex talent, Wild Guardian. Has not Wild Guardian has been redesigned, not yet implemented. Spending Rage has a chance to awaken the Guardian Spirit for 8 seconds, which attacks a nearby enemy and generates 3 Rage when you cast Thrash or Mangle. Okay. Rank 2, Mangle Maul and damage. Mangle and Maul deal 20 or 40 additional nature damage over 12 seconds. Your mastery is increased by 6%. Bramble's Absorb increased by 25. After the Wildfire, healing increased 25. Ursoc's Fury grants an Absorb for 35 Thrash and Maul damage. Balloon's Favor heals you for 18% of arcane damage dealt. Lunar Beam healing increased by 25%. Lunation restores Lunar Beam's cooldown for 20 seconds. Was 3 seconds per arcane ability. Okay, so Guardian Druid got buffed too. That's 2 tanks just straight buffed. Alright, I'm almost done with my smoke. I'll be in and test on PTR for a little while. Brewmaster. Stagger reduction from staggering strikes increased by 25%. Spirit of the Ox chance to generate a healing sphere increased by 20%. Celestial Brew and Celestial Infusion Absorb increased by 25%. Awakening Spirit's maximum absorb increased by 25%. Vital Flames heals for 50% of the fire or nature damage dealt. The following buffs are now tracked with the cooldown manager, blah 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 blah. So Brewmaster got buffed. What about Prop Pally? Prop Pally. With these changes, we are intending to reduce the opportunity cost associated with taking Sentinel and broadening the suite of defensive talents available. We are also transferring some power out of strong cooldown windows and into baseline throughput. The goal of reducing associated threat pain points and improving the feel of combat outside of cooldowns. That sounds like an intelligent thing to say about Prop Pally because, like, they just are immortal during cooldown and then they die. So, I mean, that's good. Hi, Coco. I shaved her back, like, part of it yesterday. Because, I think she's gonna die soon, honestly. She's not doing good. Okay, well, we'll try PTR. Look at the... I want to see where this talent, Grim Deliverance, is. Where is this talent?
Connect. Retrieving realm logging into game server.
Oh, this music is so loud, I can't even hear myself.
Character create. Back. Retreat. Read and scroll all the way down to accept button. Mode button. Enter world button. Game menu. Use UI. Audio button. Master volume. Music. Music. Master volume. Enable audio assist.
Can you guys see the game? Yeah. Oh, it's on real monitor. Oh my gosh. Did Dratnos do a video where he just reads all the talents? Like, I've never been a person who wanted to just read, like when they asked the class to read.
In content update notes, which are just a kind of brief summary of everything coming in the patch. I already have a video out about that if you're interested. And there's also class balance and tier sets and new trinkets and stuff like that. Those I'm going to dig into and make some videos, probably coming out maybe about 12 hours after this video comes out. The next one will come out. So I'm going to try and get those out fairly quickly, but that's not going to be as high a priority as Void Core rolls per week, which is a weekly reward ritual, which has otherwise changed very little over the past several expansions. But the pace was a bit quicker than intended due to a combination of unlock timing, so they want to push that to later, and number of Void Core rolls per week, which is 2 per week in M+, and 1 per week in Raid, and the increased relative value of dungeon rewards was particularly detrimental to heroic rating. I agree with most of this, but not all, and we'll talk about all in a sec, but let's just get the next couple paragraphs because that explains it. Heading into Season 2, Void Cores will be available as a Great Vault reward option from the beginning of the season directly from the UI. Decimus is gone now as well. Orin Straylight is now doing that work. Cool. And he's in the Catalyst and Silvermoon. And once players have helped him start his research at the start of the season, he needs 8 weeks to be able to provide us with 1 Void Core per week with no quests or anything like that along the way, just an 8-week time gate, and then we will get that going. So a little bit later into the season, and only 1 Void Core per week from Orin, but from the very start of the season, we can get 1 per week from our, if we choose to forgo our Great Vault. And the immediate access is intended to allow players to begin progressing towards their desired items from the start of the season in a way that offsets the reduced quantity and later timing of supplemental Void Cores. So I think this is a bunch of great changes with one fatal flaw, which is I think that the access to this as a Great Vault reward at this power level is going to mean that it is overwhelmingly correct but less fun to choose a Void Core out of your vault every week. Consider, for instance, that you do Heroic Raid.
I'm not so sure about that. What do you mean it's overwhelmingly correct? I don't think that's true. I can't copy a character. Okay, we just gotta create a new character. Let's be a blood elf dude. Hot body. Wait a second. Damn it. Okay, good. My character's here.
And M plus 10s, and your Great Vault on the first week is Chest Piece, Mythic Track, pretty good. Bracers with Leech, Myth Track. Okay, the Leech is nice, but it's early in the season. We probably don't want to be taking Bracers, right? And a decent trinket that's like your 4th Bis trinket, also on the Myth Track. Pretty exciting, right? Pretty good vault. Normally you'd be looking at that and be like, ooh, these are pretty cool. I think that with this paradigm, this is going to punish players who pick one of those fun options, and instead what you should do is say, oh, I need to take a Void Core here, because if I take Void Cores for the first 4 weeks, I can get the entire loot pool from Temple of Sithralis or King's Rest or Murder Row, whichever dungeon has my Bis Trinket and probably also has a couple other good items, right? I look at all the dungeons and I say, look, if I choose to never take an item from my vault, I can guarantee that I have this trinket and the entire rest of this loot pool by week 4 or week 5. All I have to give up is the Great Vault ever being fun again. So that's going to be more powerful than ever taking something interesting out of your vault, but it is also going to make the game less fun. So I think this is a bit of a disastrous direction to take that particular part of this. However, I think it is easily fixed. I think that is the one big fatal flaw with this implementation. And I might be wrong. It's possible that, players will either A, be the kind of players who enjoy that min-max and still have fun, and maybe it still feels fun because there is RNG in what you bonus roll. I feel like that's going to mostly suck, though, because, you...
Okay, so which talent did they get rid of? Okay, so they just added a talent right here. And they took the talent point away from Greater Smite and added it here. Okay, I'm not sure if you guys can see this. So this is live build. And then these two just have been moved over. And they added this talent. So they took the talent point away from here, so there's still the same number of talent points. And they just made up a new talent. So let's say we did take this. Now it heals for 150k. For 211k. They did reduce the amount of damage you have to take before it gets rid of the damage they take. $146 versus 210. So instead of critting for an entire health pool, we will no longer crit for an entire... I don't know, this is nice. Like, I was expecting it to be kind of dookie. Like a lot worse. I don't know what I was expecting. So what is a currently... So this is on PTR. Where's Flash Heal? Okay, I cannot see Flash Heal because it's been replaced. And now it does 61. So with, oops. So with Shadow Mend, it does double, so it's twice as powerful. So it's doing double. And instead of doing 4 times. Because, okay, so this is live. So on live, Shadow Mend does 210 and Flash Heal does 50. So instead of it being a 4x multiplier as a proc, it's a 2x multiplier. Yeah, that's kind of along the lines of what I expected. And is that assuming I'm taking... Let's just talent out of that. Okay, so this talent's pretty big when you're taking Flash Heal. Or Shadowmend. And how much damage does Void Blast do right? On PTR, it says it does 14k. No, this is PTR. It's 14k on live. This is live. And it's 14k. And this is PTR. And it's 20k. It's also going to transfer 25% more. So 1.75. I don't know, we'll see. We'll see if Void Blast moves health bars or not. And I'm only gonna have one atonement out, so it's gonna be kinda cracked. Here, let's go here and go to edit mode. Alright. I don't think that worked. That's pretty cool. Where's the PvP guys, though? I swear I'm right next to him. They over here? I swear that this little dude right here... It's gotta be like right here. Yeah, here's there. Tanking dummy. I mean, is this what I'm supposed to expect? I gotta change the sound. It's so loud, it's scaring me. Oh, okay, I didn't have atonement active. Okay. He's evading? Okay, so I have to take damage from the tank guy. So do damage to me. Alright, I'm low. Okay, so now we Mind Blast. We Atonement. We Mind Blast. And we look. 50, 53, 60, 64, 68, 72, 79. I don't think you can just... I don't think you can just Void Blast and... I spell suppression wrong? SUPP? Hmm. Shouldn't I... Options. Keybinds, click casting. I didn't save anything, okay. So we got Flash Heal. Add binding Flash Heal. Add binding. Shield. Oh, yeah, it's supposed to be play. Thought there was something wrong. Okay, so we're gonna take damage from the training guy. I do not have Greater Smite, so let's get Greater Smite and then see. So we'll get Greater Smite. We'll get full Smite Talons. How do we get Greater Smite though? We want a Cultist, right? We still have to pass through all this bullshit to get to Greater Smite. Like, yes, it's a 1-point talent now, but it's actually a 4-point talent, and so it used to be a 5-point talent. Alright, so we'll talent out of Powered Shield things. We'll try something like this. Shadow damage and atonement healing, so we do want that. Trying to just see the maximum bar movement. And you have to take Master of Darkness to get the... Either drop that or drop Aegis. For the points of this exercise, we're just dropping Aegis. Okay. Alright, hit me. Ugh! Hit me one more time. One more smack, just one more. Alright, perfect, 10%. $76, $78, $81, $83, $85. It's healing 7,000 per. So a greater smite heals for 6,300. A void blast greater smite heals for 27k. 30k. 37, 37, 37. So it heals for 37k. So it's equal to 2 penance bolts. Okay. How much does a prayer of healing heal for? A non-Lightweaver empowered prayer of healing. How much does it heal for? 54. Okay. Hmm. I don't know. It's not like huge, but I think 34k is pretty good. Like if I compare that to my shaman on live, like I don't know what chain heal heals for, but it seems like smite's gonna be worth casting. I should have stayed on my priest for a minute longer. We'll check this chain heal though. 32k. No way. Smite is healing as much as a chain heal when you have one atonement. Or 5 or less atonements. No way. No way. Void Weaver is pretty good then. It's healing. Like I knew that Prayer of Healing was kind of a unfair comparison because Prayer of Healing is just like way better than everything else. Literally healing for 100k on crit. So I have 584k health now. Don't I have like 400k on live? 470. Okay. And it void blasted. Oh, I gotta switch to oh, I am in Void Weaver, good. We don't need these, we need this, and then we need to get Greater Smite rank 2. We'll drop this. I guess we'll drop this. I guess we'll drop all these things. I mean, I could just do the math and say, okay, this is how much it's gonna do, but... Okay, so we have Atonement, we Mind Blast. $20K. So it's healing for 20K out of 470. So 470, no, it'd be 20 over 470. So it's healing 4% on live. And well, we said it was 37K. I mean, I'm seeing 31K. I'm seeing 31K healing from Void Blast. So live, we have 20K. And we have 470K HP. On PTR, I didn't I just see 31K? $22, $24, Greater Smite's built up, $29, $30K, $17K. So like 30K, let's call it 30K. And we have 584K HP. So we said it was 4.25%. And we go 30 over 584. Oops. 30 over 584. Now what if it was 30 over 470? Be 6.3. So we have 20, we have, that would be 30 over 20, which is a 50% buff to Void Blast healing. I mean, it's still not to a war within season 2 or whatever state where the correct thing to do in some single target situations was just avoid blast. I think it was pretty damn close to. So flash heal's doing. Is this PTR? Yeah, flash heal's doing 75k. Can I just stop critting, please? 75k. Flash is 75k. What if I have 5 atonements out? Is it still the same? I gotta go over the healer dummies over here. I thought there was more. Is there really not any healer dummies over here? There's one healer dummy? Dude, do I gotta go to freaking Dornagal? How the hell do I get to Dornagal, man? The fact that they can't just put 5 healer dummies in every expansion is beyond me, man. Portal, 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 portal. This is kind of exciting. Here, let's change the stream to PTR. Disc / holy priest PTR shenanigans. Okay. I swear the portal room was like right around here. Is this it? Yeah, I knew where it is. Look at me knowing where to go. Yeah, I think I just go to Dornagal so I can actually test with healing dummies. And I'm so over these freaking spiders. I sprayed for spiders, man. And they're still like just lurking all over the place, man. I think it's over here. Wonder if we'll find more healers. Look at, there's people testing here because the training dummies actually aren't shit over here. Okay, so we're going to Radiance. Alright, I gotta start over. Like the question is it still better, like with Shadowmen being baseline and buffed? 23, 28, 28, 28. So with Greater Smite, it's 28k. And I think that's 5, so it might be 6. Okay, so we got 6, target, atone, 23k. So let's say it's 25k at 5 targets. Let's just say 5 targets is 25k. We're just doing napkin math. We're just kind of like trying to answer the question, is it better? So it's 100k worth of healing on everyone but the tank. So 100k everyone but the tank. It's like a chain heal now. Empowered Smite is like a chain heal. The fact that this shit doesn't last for 3 seconds is so asinine, man. Like, how much haste do you need? Like, I still don't like... I don't like this shit, man. We're just gonna be reliant on on dragons to give us movement during our ramps. That's what it seems to me. Like, how are you supposed to cast Penance? How the fuck are you supposed to cast Penance and maintain Greater Smite? You just fucking can't. You can't. Like, if it turns out to be a build like this, again, so raid build could be... We're going back to harsh discipline though, which is shit. It's like this is just in such a shitty place on the tree. Like there's no way. Like this just needs to be worked out. Like why is this in this place? Like if it was here, fine, I might approve of that. Then divine procession would be an option. But as it stands, it's still a 4-point talent. It's still a 4-point talent node. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 4. It's no longer 5 because it was. Not only is it clunky, but it was prohibitively expensive because it's not like we're already taking this talent no matter what, because that's just not true. But I mean, based on this math, we say let's close the live. Wow, I don't need that right now. Yeah, as long as somebody's not almost dead. Actually, man. So we take this and it's 112k baseline. Got him. That's 2 spiders in like 2 minutes. I've killed. That's crazy. Okay, so the people who had hopes that uh you're just gonna be able to void blast your way to victory, I don't think that's even remotely close to true. I don't think that's even remotely close to true at all. Like not even close. Like no shot that's even close to true. So like the only way that Void Weaver feels better in dungeons to play, at least for me, is when Void Blast just slaps. Shit does not slap. I get it, the game is different than it used to be, but I feel like you were doing 20%, 30% of people's health with a Void Blast before. I might be wrong, but like I think it was like 5x the amount of healing in terms of health pool that it is at least on PTR. And it's just 1% higher healing on PTR. Yeah, it's 25% more healing. It's 50% more healing, but like it's really not though. I don't know. I'm not a theory crafter. Like a good one. I'm just a dude, you know. But I mean just looking at the napkin map, 4.25% is the live Void Blast and it's literally not even castable. Like in PTR or in dungeons. Like it's almost not even castable. Like how much does a Void Shield do? So I should be getting a Void Shield. So every 4 penances I get a Void Shield. I get a Void Shield. I Void Shield, and how big is my Void Shield? 125k. Like unless they make Greater Smite last for at least 3 seconds, unless they do that. Yeah, I don't even see you playing Greater Smite in dungeons at least just yet. I don't think that's a thing. Like I mean I'll try it, but I don't think I'll be happy. I think this moves the needle closer to Void Weaver being good in raid though. I think it definitely, I don't know if it's better yet. I think it's closer to good though. Like let's look at the changes again. Flash heal 25%, smite 40%, and it's no longer applies atonement. Greater smite's now 1 talent, and it's still shit. Void blast damage increased 25, void wraith damage increased 30%. I think for like for disc to be good in dungeons, they just need to make this your atonement healing increased by 20% or 100% if you only have 5 atonements. Or if you're in a dungeon, it's 100%. I don't know. This is a big nerf for disc in keys on trash. I still think the Shadow Mend will be strong enough to like make a difference. Okay, so a Shadow Mend does 112k, and what about a Holy Flash Heal? I think a Holy Flash Heal is 75k. And Holy Flash Heal is a pretty solid, like compared to other healers, the Flash Heal is not completely trash. So let's see, Flash Heal does 50k, so it's literally 2 Flash Heals. Like it's not bad. Like that's not bad at all, man. Like yeah, it's a bit of a nerf on trash, but I don't know, 112k is really solid. It's like Blizzard is too stupid to understand that the second part of the text on Shadowman literally doesn't do anything. Like if the person is already taking damage, like they'll take 500, they'll take uh they'll take 5k every 1 second. So it's really let's call it 100k because you will take some damage. You might take 2 ticks, probably not though. Maybe you'll take 1 tick. So it's 105k, which is still double the Holy Priest flash heal. So are you telling me that Disc Priest flash heal is just way better than a Holy Priest flash heal? Disc Priest flash heal is just baseline more healing than a Holy Priest flash heal? That's kind of asinine, man. Okay. Um, I do really like this change. Like, this is a huge raid buff. This is a massive raid buff. So, like, let's say that we get a proc. We get a Void Shield proc, Natty. Okay, so we got our Void Shield proc. I cast a Mind Blast. And now I have 2 Void Shields. There's no way on my UI to track that. Unfortunate. So now I have 2 Void Shields. I start my ramp 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11. Radiance. Radiance. Evangelism. Whoa. What happened? How did I get 2? It bugged. It gave me 2 Shadow Fiends. I don't think it's supposed to do that. Well, it's unfortunate. You can have 2 Void Shield procs, but you still gotta wait the time to use the second one. Still gotta wait that time. But it does cut your ramp cost of in terms of time down, which is kind of annoying, honestly. Like the hard part about Disc Priest is making sure your ramp is at the exact same time every fight. Like that's what you want. And so like when there's additional math, like it's like I have to subtract 2 seconds. If I have a Void Shield, I have to subtract 4 seconds if I have like okay, so I think what's probably going to happen, so you just do your ramp, you happen to have a Void Shield. So you use the Void Shield and then you ramp and then you Mind Blast, Penance, do a couple smites, Void Shield. Can I maintain Greater Smite? So with PI, I can maintain Greater Smite. I think it's like 44% haste or some shit like that to maintain Greater Smite with a cast in between. It's actually ridiculous. There's no shot that like they want to like they're obviously listening. They want to fix Greater Smite, but the fact that it lasts for 2 seconds, like it honestly should be 5 seconds at the minimum. It should be 5 seconds. So you can take a break, but it's not like if you haven't been casting smite, you still have to build it up. So like the beginning of a raid ramp will still have the thing where you have to build up your smites, you know? And like honestly, what would happen if they did that? Your ramp would be even more complicated. So you'd ramp, okay, then you smite twice, and then you radiance, mind blast, void shield, penance, and then you still have your greater smite. You know, so I bet you there'd be two smites that would trigger before your radiances. So like I can see why they don't want it to be like 5 seconds, or they don't want it to be super long. Because then like, what's the point of even having the talent? Just say that it increases the damage by 50%. Like, what's the point of even having like a buff if you don't have to manipulate it? But because this is a smart heal. It increases the atonement on the lowest duration atonement. So for sure, if it turns out that way, you're just gonna like smite twice. It's gonna be like smite,
Jip.
radiance,
This the new disc
smite.
changes. Jip.
Yeah, new
Why the
changes.
hell haven't they touched holy?
Yeah, look at this. Look at this. The holy changes are literally nothing. It's literally nothing. We have resonant energy has been redesigned, so it just increases your healing instead of increases the healing they take. It's it's literally the exact same. It's the exact same thing. This is the exact same thing. And now, Divine Hymn has been updated. Now additionally grants Guardian Spirit while channeled. I kind of want to see how that works exactly, and see if it's implemented. So Divine Hymn. So it's literally the exact duration of the Divine Hymn. So I mean, you can't die during Divine Hymn anymore, unless you're super overkilled, right? Like you shouldn't be able to die. I feel like it's gonna bait people into making poor decisions though. But yeah, zero. This is like
Jip.
basically no holy changes.
That shit is sickening how they're doing Priest this season.
I mean, I don't really like the Shadowmen change. I mean, I'm okay with it, but I kind of liked being Omega OP. Like, just Omega OP. On PTR, Shadowman was on live. Shadowman I think was like 250 or something crazy. So live, Shadowman. We'll just make a new thing.
Jip. How's the new disc?
I don't know. I can't really effectively test it. So Shadowman on live I think was 210k, something like that. And then on PTR it's I think 112k. So I kind of liked just healing for an entire health bar when I crit. Because on PTR 112k is 20% of the health bar now, yeah? So this is 20% player health. And this was 50% player health. So they increased player health by 25%. So Shadowmend is going to feel a lot weaker. Like for sure. Like the changes to speak of, it's mostly Shadowmend. We can have 2 charges of Void Shield. They nerfed our AoE a little bit. Greater Smite's now 1 talent point, but it's still like virtually useless. I don't know, maybe I try to make a video about this. It's nice to actually have PTR now though. Like compared to when all this shit was on beta and I couldn't even like log in to see like I'm like, where is this Grim Deliverance talent? Because they took this used to be 2 points and they took what made it a 1 point and now added an extra point right here, right? So it's kind of interesting you can go into expiation like I guess
Jip.
you never would try.
How is atonement applied?
What do you mean? How is atonement applied? So they did change penance. Penance no longer gives atonement to allies. So we no longer are just gonna have extra atonements in the middle of our ramp, but I don't think that's actually true. So like during a ramp you'd cast 4 penances. You're getting like 4 extra um atonements. So I think it's almost like break even in terms of like atonements that you have during ramp because you're getting a guaranteed void shield every time you mind blast. So that's actually it's really cool. Like guaranteed void shield. Like we are a proc based healer, but we can guarantee okay, every 20 seconds we're going to have an extra void shield. And it's not really like we're going to have fewer void shields from our thing cuz okay, so this PTR. And this is live. So on the way that void shield works is you have to cast a penance. You cast a penance and it will flip over one of these cards. On live, there are 3 cards. On PTR, there are 4 cards. You have a 25% chance, 4 cards. You flip over one of the cards and the card will disappear. So let's say I cast a penance on PTR. Now there are only 3 cards left. I cast a second penance on PTR. So now I had a 1 in 3 chance. Now there are only 2 cards left. I cast a third penance. It turns into Void Shield. And so now I have Void Shield. And there's 1 card left over. So then I cast a penance. Now I have to reset the deck. So I've cast 1 penance now. I could cast 2 penance, 3 penances, 4 penances. So now you can go 4 penances with no Void Shield, and the 5th penance will be guaranteed. Because so you cast 3 penances. That's 3. Now the 4th penance. Okay, no. Okay, so we cast 1 penance. We proc. Boom, we got a proc. Now we have 3 cards left. We have to cycle through all 3 of these cards, and then we can cycle through 3 more cards. So that's 6 cards we got to cycle through. Like you could get extremely unlucky and have 6 penances in a row. Whereas on live, you could cast a penance. This is a void shield. Now you cast 2 penances. No void shield because there's no void shields in your deck. Okay, so now we've cast 2 penances and we could cast 2 more penances. So that's 4 penances possible with no void shield. Now it's a chance of 6 penances. 6 penances in a row. That's a lot of penances with no void shield. That's a long time. Each penance is 9-second cooldown, 7-second cooldown. 42 seconds? You could, in theory, go 42 seconds without a penance on PTR. That's a really long time. So I don't like that. But we're just getting. I think it's more I think it's more void shields overall. I really do. 7, 14, 21, 28. So this is 28 every. So every minute we should have 2 penance, 2 void shields from casting penance on cooldown, and then we get 3 void shields from casting mind blast over the course of a minute. And it's not exactly that, but so this is like, so it's like 5 pen per min. So it's like 5 penance per minute. Whereas this is every 21 seconds, we should have a void shield. So we should have 3 void. So this is like a lot. 3 void shields on live per minute versus 5 on PTR. That's a lot. Apex talent is gonna slap more. Like, that's actually pretty big. Like, I didn't realize it was so much. It's probably like 4.5, but like there's gonna be a lot of pressure to cast Mind Blast on cooldown now. Like, there's gonna be a lot of pressure to cast Mind Blast on cooldown. I do not think these changes have made Holy easier, or made Disc easier. Yes, it is a lot easier. You don't have to think about defensive and offensive penance. That's probably the #1 most asked question that I've gotten. When do I defensive penance? When do I offensive penance? Like, probably by like 3x other questions. Like, that question is so common. So like, yes, that did make it simpler. Like, this definitely made it simpler. Inescapable Torment reduced 30%. This, like, these 3 changes don't really change how you play. Like, the only way this changes how you play is if it changes us into Void Weavers. And then haste is going to be like giga. Haste is going to be omega. Let's go to the. What are these guys saying? They still say haste is way up here. I don't believe them. I don't believe the theory crafters, man. I don't effing believe them. I'm seeing people run 20% haste in raid. And I'm seeing people run like 5%, or not 5%, 700. So I think that's about 20. So I'm seeing people run about 20%. Like, can I get down to. Let's try to get down to. Said 700. So it's 700 haste. Yeah, it's about 20%. So I'm definitely seeing people run like 20% haste. And it being really good. I mean, we can look at Icy Veins. I think the Icy Vein might have a better I think it's like 44% haste or something like that. There's something about the number 44 for haste as a Void Weaver I think it's like, okay, so Entropic Rift lasts for 8 seconds plus, so it lasts for 11 seconds. And then your Void guy, five. So 11 plus 5 is 16 seconds. Plus, let's call it 17 seconds because you have to cast Mind Blast. No, that's the wrong way to think about it. So 16 seconds. It was something about you get to like 18 seconds or 20 seconds. I don't remember what it was, but at 44% or maybe it was 42. It was either 42 or 44% haste. You had the lowest Mind Blast cooldown, and it was low enough where you could basically just almost maintain it. The either the Entropic Rift or the Void guy, Void Wraith buff. So I don't know, man. I might start. So if it turns out that um ooh, is the loot table here? Maybe I make a healer video about healer trinkets. The Soul Coiler Ritual Vessel. Call forth 5 Soul Coiler
Jip.
cultists, spirits
Did
over 2
Resto Shaman
seconds.
have any changes?
Not really. Resto Shaman did not have any changes. There is a change, but it's not like a real change. So the change to Resto Shaman is to Healing Rain. So Healing Rain is now 12 second CD, and it lasts for 18 seconds. So instead of like, you know, like I really like this a lot because I really like being able to put the Healing Rain down and have like it not have downtime. Because with an, like I think it's like 18-second duration, but like it was maybe a 17-second cooldown, so you could still cast it and get it off, and there would be no downtime. But yeah, that's the change to Shaman. It's pretty nothing bigger. Okay, so the Soul Coiler Ritual Vessel. Call forth 5 Soul Coiler cultist spirits over 2 seconds and sacrifice their essence, granting an ally a barrier, reducing their damage taken by 50% for 20 seconds until blah 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 is dead. So it's a 2-minute cooldown. Allied deaths reduce this cooldown by 60 seconds and immediately summon a Soul Coiler cultist spirit for sacrifice. I'm not sure what the hell that means. So call forth 5 spirits over 2 seconds, sacrificing their essence, each granting an ally a barrier, reducing their damage taken by 50% for 20 seconds. Can I go and get these trinkets? Like, if I go to Stormwind or whatever, can I go get them? Because this seems like Lumathar trinket. Like, it says there's 5 absorb shields, and it's gonna go on 5 people. So, like, is it just Lumathar trinket? I think Lumathar was 75% of the damage. But I mean, it doesn't really matter. Like, maybe they're in Dornegal? Or I want to test the dummy dome. So I read about this. The dummy dome is a it's like a simulation to test your throughput. Remove the current dummies. Hazardous dummy. So naturally the healing dummy doesn't work. Of course. It's just a tank dummy. Of course it just doesn't work. Alright, well let's see if it's actually the same as the tank dummy or if it's different. Or if Blizzard is just stupid. So they call it the healing target dummy for the tank dummy. But it's not a healing target dummy. It's a tank dummy. This is 100% just a tank dummy. So, man, you guys are so stupid, Blizzard, man. You can't just put 20. I want to fight the 20 player healer dummies. All you gotta do is place 20 healing dummies down on the ground and place one DPS dummy down so that monk and priest can test. If they did that, I would give them some slack. But really, they need to have a 20 healer target dummies and then a single target, a 2 target, a 3 target. Like, have all the same options so you can summon DPS dummies and healer dummies. Like, if they just did that, then you'd be able to test healing. You cannot test healing on PTR, and it would be so easy. They just made the healing simulation, so like I don't get it. I do want to make a couple videos about these things though today. Let me actually. Oh no! I gotta reglue this shit, damn it. I fucked up. Okay, well let's just bring it in so I don't fuck up again. I completely forgot I was gluing two things. So these are my Anduin shoulder pads, yeah? And this is the one that's farther along. So this is the face of the lion. And then I will build it out with foam clay, yeah? So what I just did is I glued this down flatter, better, and I added two little snips so that it'll lay flat. Because I don't want the lion head to be poking out too terribly much. And quite honestly, I might have to make this out of something a little skinnier. But I thought that the proportions needed to be as such. And what I can do is I can just build this up a little bit more. Like, it's just a little bit too big. So, I'm not super pleased about this. I think it will be fine though. I do think this is what I start with. Like, this is my prototype. So I'm gonna do the prototype, yeah? And it fits on my shoulder pretty good. right? So the prototype is done, is what I'm working on, and it's been painted already, right? Um, so I kind of fully expect to have to make a third shoulder pad. You know, um, I really expect I'm just gonna have to make a third shoulder pad. Because this is the first thing I've ever made out of foam, and I think it's actually pretty cool, pretty rugged, and I do think it's actually pretty cool. Like, I'm actually pretty happy with it. But I kind of fucked up, and I forgot I was gluing this down, and so I think I need to add more glue and redo it, because it's not gonna stick, like, good enough, I don't think. So I gotta reglue. That's okay, though. I got so excited about this PTR thing, and I just forgot I was gluing two things at once. Because the thing I hate the most about doing this cosplay thing is how long I have to wait for things to dry. Like, it's like, work, 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 work. Okay, take a break. Like, I wish it was just a streamlined process, but it is not. There's a lot of downtime. Like, sewing is just streamlined. It's just like sew, and then you sew, and then you sew, and then you're done sewing. This is like not even close to streamlined. Who's that? Is it Daisy? Quincy. Oh. Hey, baby. What are you working on? You hungry? I forgot I was gluing this. I gotta redo it. Because it, like, came apart. Like, hopefully it still turns out good. Like, my cosplay will not be as good as lots of other people's cosplay. But it is my first cosplay. So, if I at least just, like, look pretty good and, like, it's not, like, a complete disaster. If I look good enough that they let me on the BlizzCon stage, that'll be cool. Alright, so I just have to remember I have something drying. And I have to keep pressing it down. I think they put all the raid stuff, like, in Orgrimmar, though. Like, there might be vendors, Dornagal. I just don't think there are. I think they're just too lazy to code that. They just keep reusing the Orgrimmar ones. Having just tasted the bitter sting of mortality, it seems like there's no better time to discuss with you the oft ignored subject of death and memorialization, of what you leave behind in a real physical sense. Leave the discussion of love and other such frivolities to the philosophers and dandies. I speak of the cold hard stone and the deeds it carved upon it. Hello, fight fans. The world's meanest villains are teamed up and back for revenge. Meet me in Dornagal. Dastardly invitation. Must reach level $PC min level to continue. What the hell does that mean? So I can't do that one quest, but I can do this other one. Hey, some friends and I have teamed up to form a warband and are working on something that should make cooperation so much easier even when we're apart. We just need a little help with this first step. Come find us in Gadget Stand. I have a moment. Gadget Stand. Okay, I don't know what that's about. Here, I'm gonna open the thing on my iPad again. I'm gonna finish reading through the tank changes. Like, I care about healer changes, I care about tank changes, I don't really give a crap about DPS changes. Like, I don't care at all. Like, I do, and I should care, but like, how am I supposed to understand what the DPS numbers mean? Like, I have no idea what these DPS numbers mean, man. They're just like, Fireball does 25% more damage. It's like, it's just, what, Fireball does 2% of your overall damage, now it does 3? Like, okay, great. Like, like even with tank damage, what I do, or with tank changes, what I do is I just look at the tank changes and I'm like, I really just check if stuff is like getting buffed. It's like, okay, Prop Pally is getting buffed, Mistweaver is getting buffed, or Brewmaster is getting buffed, Blood DK is getting buffed. So that's the conclusions I've come to with the first tanks I've looked at. Let's actually read the developer note from Disc again. For the Discipline Priest and Cursive Ulatek, our changes are aimed at reducing the spec's reliance on procs for effective healing. Yeah, like you watch my if you watch my Disc Priest dungeon guide, like the second segment I say that Holy Disc is a proc based healer, which is actually pretty cringe. Baby, what you making? Okay. Um yeah, we should eat the pork. Do you want to eat the pork? You can have that if you don't want to. Like, aren't you working in like 12 hours? Okay. Yeah, the second segment of my Disc Priest dungeon guide it just says we're a proc-based healer. We felt the spec was too reliant on Shadow Mend and Void Shield procs for effective healing, so we're updating Shadow Mend to be a passive, and a passive upgrade to Flash Heal and adding a deterministic way to gain a Void Shield. Additionally, Smite contributes a small amount of healing despite frequency cast. So we're increasing the damage and updating the talent tree for greater access to easier access to greater smite. So one thing I just thought of is I don't think Blizzard understands the reasoning behind casting penance on an ally. Like why it's more healing. Because they've nerfed atonement so much that there's a portion of okay, so when you cast a penance on an ally, every single time that penance hits an enemy or hits the ally, it's going to heal people with atonement for a certain amount. And my understanding is that the ratio of actual atonement healing to the penance defensive atonement healing is getting skewed like pretty badly. So I'm not even certain, like I'm not the theory crafter. I don't do theory crafting. I'm not certain that defensive penance is off the table in raids still. You still very well might be defensive penancing. Like it's actually pretty simple math to figure out. Like the question is the defensive penance atonement heal portion more than the offensive penance's damage atonement portion? Because if the defensive penance is still higher atonement portion or higher atonement healing, then you're still going to be casting defensive penance. It's just there's no longer going to be a target requirement where you are targeting it on a player with low atonement. So that's one thing I need to think about. So I'll make a list of things I kind of want to test. So the penance, pen defensive atonement portion versus the offensive portion. Okay. And we're updating the talent tree for easier access to greater smite. Now that's just a lie. Okay guys, that's just an absolute ever-loving lie. You have to pass through harsh discipline and the atonement duration. You have to talent through 3 points that you probably don't want to take as a Void Weaver just to get greater smite. That's a lot of pathing. That's a 4-point talent. It's not a 1-point talent. You're like, oh, it's now a 1-point talent. It's like, no, it's a 4-point talent. It was a 5-point talent, but now it's a 4-point talent. So that's just an absolute lie. Okay? So they added a new talent. They took a talent point away from Greater Smite. They added a talent point to Grimm's Deliverance. Shadowman heals for 30% more and applies atonement for 4 additional seconds, but it has a half a second increased cast time. As I said, Shadowmend is just a passive, so if you talent into Shadowmend, you just have Shadowmend and you no longer have Flash Heal. So like on paper, I think this should make Disc simpler, and there's no longer like at the beginning of a poll you're sweating because you have no Shadowward Pains out, and so you're just like turbo sweating. You're like, please don't need like Giga healing in the first 5 seconds, like because you're not getting a a proc, a void, a flash heal, a shadow. You're not getting a Shadow Mend in the first like 3 seconds. Like there's no way you're just getting one unless you have one from the previous pull. So like you're just like really sweating during that time. So I mean it cuts back on that because that's like the scariest part of Disc Priest. And like the Disc Priest who wiped, they wiped in Nexus Point in the MDI. It was like a 17 Nexus Point. I'm like, this dude should have had perma Shadowmend. He was fighting 20 mobs. He literally just should have had permanent Shadowmend, and he obviously fucked up somewhere along the way, just casting Void Blast. I think that's what his dumbass was doing, because he was playing Void Weaver, right? So I'm like, so this dumbass guy is just casting a Void Blast or something stupid, thinking that he's being smart, and it's like, no, you needed to. You knew there was a healing absorb in that pull. Like it was really an inexcusable thing. Like it wasn't like he misplayed when the healing absorb came out. It's like no, he misplayed during the beginning because he should have been spreading like his first 8 globals should have just been Shadowward Pain, Shadowward Pain, or Shadowward Pain, Penance, Shadowward Pain, Shadowward Pain, Shadowward Pain, Shadowward Pain, Penance, Shadowward Pain, and then he has like Infinity Shadowmans, and he would have been just fine. He could have instantly removed the heal absorb from the tank, and uh, like that's part of what killed him. Like he should have just been doing some more tank healing. Like instead he's just like padding the damage meter like an asshole, you know. And if it was me in that MDI team, that shit would not have happened. So that's why I want to do MDI. I'm like, I'm watching this other priest healer play MDI, and I'm like, I'm just as good as this guy, and I would not have made that mistake. I might have done lower overall throughput in terms of damage, but I would have kept my tank alive. And like, if I do MDI, what I want to do is I want to do bigger pulls than other people. I want to win the contest because we're doing bigger pulls, and me and the tank as a team are handling these pulls. You know, like I obviously you have to have the DPS, CC, and kick and whatever, but at least half of the difficulty is the tank and the healer, which is 25% each, and then you have 25%, 50% for the other 3 people. So like the healer and the tank are way more important for like keeping the group alive, you know? Okay, moving on. So, Void Shield has been redesigned. It now reflects 15% of the damage taken instead of 25. So that's fine. Like, it's whatever. I think we're in a situation where we just have more Void Shields. Like, I think we get 5 Void Shields per minute. So it's like every 10 seconds we get a Void Shield, which is crazy. Or 12 seconds, whatever, right? That's crazy, man. Instead of like almost every 20 seconds, because we were at 3 Void Shields per minute. So it was like 15 to 20 seconds you'd get a Void Shield. Now it's every 10 seconds. Because you get a guaranteed Void Shield every 22 seconds. And it's not exactly 5, and it wasn't exactly 3. It was like 2.95 Void Shields per minute if you cast Penance on cooldown on live, and now on PTR, it's like 4.5 or something. So like almost 50% more Void Shields. That's a lot. And each of those Void Shields applies Atonement. So we're no longer getting Atonement applied through Defensive Penance, but we are getting more Atonements through Void Shield. So it'll make the ramp consistent because like it was actually pretty inconsistent. Like if you got a Void Shield in the middle of your ramp or if you didn't, like that was kind of a big issue. What it does mean is hmm I don't know how the deck works anymore because when you had a okay, I think I get it. So yeah. Okay, so moving on. So Flash Heal 25% more, Smite 40% more. There's no Flash Heal 25% more for Holy. Game sucks. And then our pet AoE is 30% less, Inescapable Torment. So Penance no longer applies Atonement when cast on an ally. Then they have a note. We updated Penance to apply Atonement going into midnight, but have felt this has not been playing out as well as but have felt this has not been playing out well as it causes too much friction between casting Penance on allies that need healing, allies that need Atonement applied, and enemies who want to deal damage to. I don't think any single person was complaining about the friction of like applying Atonement to people who didn't have it. Like I don't know about that. Like I don't know anything about that. I liked it applying Atonement. Just say you're getting more atonements through more void shields. We can't just have you having infinity atonements. We have to cull some of your atonement appliers. So we're culling the penance atonement application. Like, just be honest with me, guys. You don't have to. They'll never be honest, really. And now Greater Smite is a 1-point talent. It's not. It's a 4-point talent, okay? But let's pretend it's a 1-point talent for you. Okay, so I'll come in, press my whatever thing down, and then alright. So I want to make 2 videos. I want to make one about priests. I want to make one about um the new trinket. So let's actually look at the new trinkets. Oh, okay. It says there are test vendors just outside Founders Hall in Dornegal. I don't know if I believe you. Let's ask Grok. I think Grok is a little smarter than the Google AI. I think he's completely stupid. That is for the war within. I want the midnight locations. Silvermoon Court. No, I want the raid gear vendor location. They don't seem to be in Orgrimmar. I mean, I think the trinkets are made. It's just. Oh, cool. The Mythic Plus healer trinket is in the first boss, guys. Oh, that's hype. Okay. Second thing, your spells afflict you with Hex Lord's Doom, draining your intellect by 4 up to 30 times. This effect may occur once every 6 seconds. What do you mean may occur? Use. Consume the power of the Hex Lord's Doom, increasing your intellect by 31 per stack for 30 seconds. Okay, it's an intellect stat stick. It's 30 times. 6 seconds. 3 minute. So it's a 3-minute stat stick? It's a 3-minute cooldown stat stick with haste that you can use. I mean, I feel like this is going to be Bis Disc Trinket if it is tuned well. You have a chance to pull an artifact of questionable value out of the bag when casting spells and abilities, enhancing your secondary stats in various ways. There are probably no fish left in the bag, but it's hard to be sure. Nobody knows what that means. Create a create a torrent of venomous rage over 2 seconds, dealing 560 nature damage to your targets and splattering all nearby enemies for. Wait a second. This is all classes trinkets? Oh. So channel a torrent for 2 seconds, dealing 1 health bar's worth of damage. And splattering all enemies for 100k damage. Reduced beyond 8 targets. Okay, that's kind of cool. Deploy a spell ward to absorb up to 40% of the incoming damage until almost a health 70% of a health bar has been prevented for up to 30 seconds. The spell ward hardens while you're below 40%, reducing the damage by 80% instead. 1.5 minute cooldown. Deal 15k physical damage to melee attackers while the shield holds. Okay, well that's a minute and a half single target shield. Wait. Okay, so this is a tank trinket. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay, so we have the random bag. We have the Lumithar trinket. And it might be channeled. I think it's a channel. It's a 2-minute channeled 5-player half a health bar shield. It's pretty good. Okay, your healing has a high chance to infuse you with a
Pekin Keck.
with the
Bro, what did they do to my bloody disc priest?
I know. Are you upset? What do you think about the changes? I kind of liked Shadowman being a proc, man. I actually did like it because it's a 50% nerf to Shadowman. So I did some napkin math. Live Shadowman is 210k, half of a player health bar. PTR it is 112k, 20% of a player health bar. Now you would think that it wouldn't be such a big difference between like these two numbers, the 50 and the 20. But the reason it's so different is because we've also been given 25% increased health. So they want healers to be weak at the beginning of the tier. Because, I mean, healers are pretty strong right now. And this increase in health, like every patch, I think is like a decent band-aid way for there still to be like the where you climb, 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 get stronger, 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 and then all of a sudden you're like, you feel like you're topping health bars a lot faster. So, I mean, I'm not opposed to that, but yeah, I mean, this is 20% of a player's health. This is holy is 50k. Holy flash heal is 50k, just for reference. So 112k. This is a big heal. Like this is a very 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 big heal, and you can spam it, and you don't have to have a bunch of Shadowmans. So like bosses should get a bit easier. Trash will be a little bit more difficult. But I think it's strong enough where it's not going to make too much of a difference. I think it's fine. Anyways, back to the trinket. Your healing spells have a high chance to infuse the target with pre-natural anti-venom for 30 seconds, healing your ally for 75% of
Pekin Keck.
any damage they take
All
until...
I see is that crit haste is mandatory. You can't play around with mastery anymore.
What do you mean? How do these changes make mastery bad? I don't understand how these changes affect mastery. I like my hair today. It looks nice. Yeah, I don't... You have to rely on crits more than base healing. I mean, you're kind of right, because what, we have 20% increased crit, so like, if you can get to like 30% crit or something crazy like that, then like half the time you're critting. I'm actually spec'd into the mastery right now. But I do think I do think I really need Oh, you're at 293, you scumbag. Did you get every single spore fall? Did you get every single spore fall item? I kind of was wondering if 293 was possible. So, thank you, baby. Yeah. So, yeah, it is. Cause like my priest gear, it's 289. Let's go to spore fall. Find out what max is. My friend is griefing me. He's saying I don't have max gear. So this is 298. I have the neck 298. Oh, and I am missing. Why are these missing? Okay. So neck is 298. And then feet, chest, 298. 298. 289. Feet, chest, and then finger. So 298, 293.5 is max right now. That's pretty big. Yeah, Flynn, I rolled it 3 times, but next week I will get. I have one bonus roll on live. Well, I have one token to bonus roll. You need 2 tokens. So next vault I will get a bonus roll. So you're saying 285 and 285. It's 293 even. Ah, I see. That's pretty good. But I still need to get. So if I had one more bonus roll, I could be 29294, but not 293. That's cool. Good job, Flynn. Yeah, I mean, everyone just kept bonus rolling on raid bosses, and I'm like, I could have been bonus rolling, I need the Eye of Midnight. I think I need this ring now. Because there's a chance Voidweaver is just Biss. This ring effectively has 319 aced. Because if it has the extra slocket. Oh, thank you. You want me to put you on the stream, Flynn? Look at this majestic druid at 293 eye level. I'm still gonna wear the Seat of the Triumvirate rings. Or keys. I did want to be 293 for the group finder though. I thought that would have been cool. Huh. He says, well, hi, Daisy. Kitty hates me. I'm not giving her any. I hope next week we do Sporefall first. Like, depending on what I get from Sporefall, like if I get the boots from Sporefall, I'm just gonna bonus roll Sporefall and like thing is, I just have to bonus roll so many effing times. There are so many items. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, I guess 5. So that's like it is reasonable that I could just not get the Eye of Midnight, which I need that shit. If Void Weaver is Biss, I need the Eye of Midnight. Like you might not replace that for so long because you're gonna need like 40% haste. And the theory crafters will actually have an intelligent thing to say. Like this shit annoys me so much. Just saying haste, crit, mastery verse, like and not having like an actual target, like it actually drives me crazy for them to say this shit. Like they want it to be simple, but it's just bullshit, man. Like there's no nuance with any of the guides anymore. And like I want to provide nuance, but I don't have a freaking C++ program to simulate Disc Priest or anything like that. I did think about trying to like make a program. Anyways, back to business. Trinkets. I still don't understand what this one does. Healing has a high chance to infuse the target with preternatural anti-venom, healing the ally for 75% of damage they take until blah 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 damage is restored. So it's just basically a shield. I mean, this could be extremely good because it's just a proc. This could be extremely good. It's probably RPPM. Preternatural. Preternatural. So it's not even on Wowhead yet. So it's hard for them to like know. Okay, Hexlord's Doom Idol. Aff your spells afflicts you with Hexlord's Doom, draining intellect. Oh yeah, this is the intellect stat stick. So there are 4 healer trinkets. The random shit out of the bag. The intellect stat stick. The buff that heals people when they take damage. So it should have very low overhealing. This is basically just a shield. It should overheal a little more than a shield though. I don't know, I feel like if you're doing keys you want just these 2 trinkets. Unless you just like need trinkets that have haste on them. Like you'd take this one. Bang of Umbral Malignance. Your harmful spells have a very high chance to befoul your target with Umbral Malignance, dealing 117 shadow damage every 3 seconds for 1 minute, stacking up to 30 times. Umbral Malignance bursts on upon the target's death, dealing 300% of its remaining damage split between nearby enemies and applying Umbral Malignance. Your spells have a high chance to apply Umbral Malignance, dealing damage every 3 seconds for 1 minute, stacking 30 times. When they die, it deals triple the remaining damage. Okay. Split between nearby enemies. I don't think this is very good. So let's go to Shadow Priest and look at Intellect Trinkets. Cast a Torment of Venomous Rage over 2 seconds, dealing 560. Man, it's 4 AM. So it does 1 health bar's worth of damage and splattering all nearby enemies for 100k. I mean, this thing probably, like, these numbers look pretty big. I'm not really sure, but these numbers look pretty big. This trinket's probably pretty good. Unleash a deluge of caustic venom, dealing damage to your target. The damage increased by 1% for every 1% health the enemy has remaining. So at full health, it's doing 170. Defeat enemies to catalyze their essential fluids into additional venom, reducing the cooldown by 5 seconds, 3-minute cooldown. This looks undertuned. This doesn't look good at all. Like, under any circumstances does this look good. Like, compared with this one? No, this one? It's a 4-minute cooldown. Okay, no wonder the numbers are so massive. So like, let's say this is a 2-minute cooldown. So it's doing 260 every 2 minutes. And this is just overtuned. Because it's doing, yeah, this is just way overtuned compared to this. This one is just shit. Like, this is way better. Just a 4-minute cooldown. Okay. What about strength trinkets? Deploy a spell ward for 40% of incoming damage until X damage is reduced, and it does a little bit of damage when you're meleeed. Okay, it's a tank trinket. I wanted to look at melee trinkets. So the Torrent trinket is for everyone. The Gibo trinket, pull something questionable out of your bag, is for everyone. The Strength trinket, you have a chance to pull an artifact of questionable value. Wait. Your attacks have a high chance to grant you the focus of Olatek, increasing your haste by 120 for 12 seconds. Multiple applications overlap. When 2 or more applications are active, your focus sharpens and further increase the effect by 20%. So a haste stat stick. You have a high chance to follow up your attacks with Sever, Raig, and Tempest based on the number of enemies. Your killer instincts are honed, triggering this effect on your next attack upon defeating an enemy. May only occur once every 5 seconds. I don't know. I probably just make, like, it's 350. So I'm not going to bed till 6 if I try to make a video talking about every single trinket. There's other people who will do trinkets, like. So let's just go priest. Let's find a different background for this video. It would be nice to. There's like a little. There's a little house up here I like going in. Where is it? Oh no, it's up. It's like up here. I swear it's like floating. There it is. Holy cow, I'm the worst flyer. Oh, I want to change my transmog too. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Oh no! I gotta make it again. This game sucks. Now mind you, I'm doing all of this just so my video looks slightly more cute. Should be pretty new. That eyeglass thing. Like it's the Queen of Jara's dressing gown. So being on brand with Goblin, we'll just do pink. Pink goggles. Nothing. Queen of Shara's. No, it's not Queen of Shara's gown. It's the. There's like a full pink one. It's really old. I think it's from like the Mana Tombs. I don't understand. Where did my shit go? We'll do mage transmog. Make people think I'm a mage. The Queen Mage. Then we'll do the blue Naru. I kinda like this one. Very simple. I swear I had another blue hat that looked cooler than the other one. Robot. But just too simple blue hat. Okay. Now that my transmog isn't random. You know, guys, I'm gonna smoke a cigarette. Um, and then I guess if people want to watch me, I'll just do the trinket video now. Okay, so I think I need to talk about. Ooh. I need to read all the other trinkets too. Your harmful spells have a chance to encircle. Encircle? Is that really how you say encircle? Encircle a serpent into spawning or spewing venom at your target, inflicting nature damage split between enemies. Damage increased by 30% per additional enemy up to 150. The primary target takes a little bit more damage as a dot. Okay, so these are obviously not filtered. They're not categorized as very well yet. Because this is not a discipline priest trinket. This is a intellect user trinket. Trinket. Take a small sip of venom, dealing 774 to or gaining 774 of a secondary stat for 15 seconds. Afterwards, a random secondary stat is reduced by 110 for 15. You just get a random secondary stat on a 2-minute cooldown. This seems like really bad. I don't know, that seems really bad. Den of Nalarak, Mycolic Medicine. You gain Nalarak's favor of growth. Your healing spells and abilities have a chance to instantly heal your target for 26,000 and spawn a glowing mushroom near them that lasts 10 seconds. If the ally steps on and consumes the mushroom, they are healed for an additional 15. That's really bad too. That would be F tier. F tier. A little over 30% of this trinket's worth relies on your guy to step on something. That's actually terrible. This is a nice trinket. Minute and a half cooldown. 500 crit. Pretty good. Unleash the fell energy stored within the crystal, sacrificing X health to infuse the target ally for 10 seconds, absorbing 20x, 18x health. So 2-minute shield trinket. Okay. Binding Veil. Lightspire Core. You are embraced by the light, increasing your mastery by 92. Your damaging spells and abilities can call a beam of radiant light nearby. Standing in the light blesses you for 160 mastery while you stand in it. That seems kind of shit. Okay. Another positional trinket. Sapling of Dawnroot. Your spells and abilities have a chance to uproot a light spawn lasher to aid you in combat for 15 seconds, dealing X physical damage. The, the lasher then withers, bursting into light infused sap, inflicting holy damage. Seed of Radiant Hope. Surrounding your target with light blossoms, surround your target with light blossoms, healing them for 100k over 12 seconds. Uh, if your health falls below 50%, the light blossoms fully bloom in radiant light, instantly healing them for 113k. That's pretty big. So this is 115k split between two things. And where's the shield trinket? In Murder Row? Okay, it's undertuned. This one is just better, but it's a 2-minute cooldown. And this one is a 1.5-minute cooldown. Okay, I think I'd probably rather use this one. Like, this one seems okay. Like, I like trinkets that are like an extra external. I really like those kind of things. I know they're never going to be tuned to be as good as a stat stick, but like, I quite like those kind of things. Void Square Arena. Your damaging spells have a chance to stir the void near your target, erupting for 36k damage, split among nearby enemies. You siphon the energy from the void, gaining 355 intellect for 10 seconds. So it's just an intellect stat stick that does a little bit of damage and has no other stats on it. This thing's probably cracked. A stat stick that doesn't have any stats on it, so it's 355 stats versus 355 main stat, which is 3x what you would see from passive intellect. I don't know, it seems okay. Hard to say. King's Rest. Channel for 2 seconds as the wind answers Dazar's command, increasing your haste by 844 up to 20 seconds. Man, people are gonna hate this trinket. So you have to channel for 2 seconds before your cooldowns, and it lasts for 20 seconds. It also opens the door for 3 seconds of double unused trinkets. Because trinket is 15 seconds. This one's 20 seconds. So unless they make it a 20-second cooldown, you can have 3 seconds of double unused trinkets, but it is a haste. So like double unused with haste, like it's not like you can be stacking crit and intellect or something like that. I don't see it being an issue. That does seem pretty good. So we're gonna make paint. Ruby life pulls. Oh, this is a good trinket. 115 crit. Your helpful spells have a high chance to create a burning ember on an ally. The flame flares after 1 second, cauterizing wounds to heal for 20k, and expelling fire damage split between nearby enemies. It's actually not that good. The Ruby Whelp Shell. Your spells and abilities have a high chance to call a Ruby Whelpling, which will try to be helpful and assist you in combat. I remember this trinket. You have to train the dragon. I think it's just a stat stick essentially. Because I think you can choose. So like, maybe this is the wrong way to do this. So what I'd say is stat sticks. And then I'd say heal procs. And then I'd say shield trinkets. Then we have stat sticks. I guess we only need one stat sticks, and then it would be DPS procs. Single target, DPS. I don't know. I don't know how a DPS thinks about the game. So they probably just think in terms of stat sticks. And then they think of on use. Like I think that's how they think about the game. Almost done Temple of Sithralis. That can't be right. It has 3 trinkets, man. Strength, intellect, agility. Okay, curse the target with a rotten wound, dealing nature damage over 15 seconds. While the wound persists, your damaging spells have a high chance to deepen the wound, inflicting additional damage. 2-minute cooldown. And what is this? Agility? Okay, so we got this, which is a on use. We're not trying to be perfect. And then the Embers is a proc, and this is a stat stick. Ah, heal proc. Stat stick. I think it's also a proc. I'm gonna call it a stat stick though. So this is a, so these are gonna be passive. So one is gonna be stat sticks and one is gonna be on use stat sticks. This is a 2-minute haste. Summer irritates me, man. This is just an intellect stat stick. This is going pretty quick. And this is a... Man, imagine just being a high mastery user that just wants this shit ass stat stick. I'm worried this is just gonna hurt retention if I put this in the video too soon. Surround the target with light blossoms, healing them for 12 seconds, falling below. So this is 1.5 minute big heal. It sucks when you like do stuff for like to help people out, make the video better, and it just hurts retention because you make the information too easy to see. 1.5 minute crit. Unleash the fell energy stored within the crystal, sacrificing health to absorb 200k. Your harmful spells have a chance to... Was that it in Den? That's it. Tank trinket. Strength trinket. Your harmful spells have a chance to, in blah blah blah, spewing venom, inflicting nature damage split between nearby enemies, damage increased by 30%. So it's just a damage proc.
Coco. Hi, Mama. You doing okay? Let me see your fingernails. Would die in 2 days without me. Yep, true. You are no longer tough, Coco. You are a frail old lady. I know. Did you eat all your wet food? Do you need some more? Let's go check on that, huh? Let's check on that, baby. Alright, you did eat all your wet food. Good girl. You did good. You are a good kitty. I know. She says, help me. Help me, I'm starving. Are you starving, Coco? You need more food? I even give you some treats. There you go. Here's some treats for you. She can't even take care of herself anymore. Like, she can't clean herself. Her hair gets all fucking dreadlocked out. She is not having a good time. Bad news for the kitty. Take a small sip of venom. 774, random secondary stat. Like, there's no shot there's very many classes that can use a random secondary stat stick. Alright, now I can go back to raids. And there's only 4 trinkets in the raid. This is just a random proc. Like, I want to say it's just a passive stat stick. Your spells have a blah 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 intellect for. Oh right, this is the 3-minute. I think this is just gonna be BIS for everyone. Like, this thing is good. I don't see how anyone could not want it. "30 seconds to and it's a haste.
This trinket I think is just the best. Like I think this trinket is just S. Like this trinket is so good. I think this is just S tier. And I think the other one is pretty good too. Like, do I separate these into 2 videos? Like, I know Kalamazzi will do this same shit, like for sure. He's gonna be doing like the same exact video as this, but he's gonna be doing it for caster trinkets after he's tested them. If I were to guess, I would say the Ember trinket is probably like C tier. I would guess this is probably A tier. I would guess this is probably A tier. I would guess this is probably S tier. I don't know. Oh, and this is on 2 minutes. This is really all the trinkets there are? That seems like a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Or 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 16. That seems about average. I would guess this is C or D tier. Call it D tier. Call these two. Call these two B tier. Exciting. I just think this 30-second Hex Lord Dooming Idol thing is cracked. Like you can hold it as a healer cooldown, as a cooldown up to 3 minutes, and it's just cracked. Like everyone's gonna want this too, because it's haste based. So like all the mages and warlocks are gonna want it too. Hard to get. It is on the second to last boss, so I mean it's supposed to be really good. But the good Mythic Plus trinket is off the first boss. I mean, this was a minute and a half cooldown, and it was 75% damage, but it was for 10 seconds. And this is a 20-second duration. But I think it's like the same number. Like I do think it's channeled, so it's a 2-second cast. But because it's channeled, it can be overtuned. Like it's overtuned. Really good. Really nice and good. Who is that? Coco? So how am I gonna do this? I think we go over stat sticks and passive stat sticks. I think I just go over the raid trinkets. Yeah, I go over raid trinkets. And this is intellect, right? It is intellect. Bodes well. Yeah, this is every single healer's Mythic Plus best trinket. And it's probably pretty good in raid too. Like I think Sims undervalue on use trinkets that like shield. They don't actually undervalue those trinkets. They value them appropriately. They overvalue stat sticks because of overhealing. Like a portion of that stat stick is just going into overheal. So I feel like only 4 raid trinkets is kind of low. Am I wrong? I guess I'm not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 8 boss raid. I mean, I guess that makes sense. 4 trinkets. I think I'm just gonna run out of gas. I should have just done other shit and got my priest video made. Maybe that's what I do. I think I have enough energy to make my priest video. Plus, there's any viewer who's watching right now has no idea what the hell the priest video was for. I'm just being ADHD. So in order to do priest video, I gotta open retail as well. I don't really have to open retail. Yeah, it's unnecessary. I need a little water to do this.
Daisy, come here. What you doing? Hi, Mama. Oh my goodness, your tummy. Look at his tummy. It's bald. Did I shave your tummy? Haha. I shaved your tummy, didn't I? So funny. You look so funny when you're all freshly cut. So funny. It's just silly. You're just silly. It's true. You're a silly girl.
Okay, guys, I'm just gonna make this priest video. I'm gonna hang out with the puppy for a couple minutes and smoke a cigarette and then do this. So, if you want to watch, you can watch. I don't know. I'll probably release it in like 6 hours or something.